Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land. I'm the Moorian Empire or whatever, bitch snitch. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been recorded. Find me one that won. God dang, you're right. Don't go down this. It's not the path. Don't have time for stupidity. Some clever dick on the internet didn't find the great loophole in all of the world's law. Bitch snitch. God dang, you're right. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. Moorish Empire, traveler on the land, bitch snitch, Moorish Empire, God dang, you're right, traveler on the land, bitch snitch. Late evening U.S. people.
What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, everybody. Whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, and however good it feels, and however many times you're going to do it, and why you're even doing it in the first place. I don't know. I'm just happy that you're doing it here with me, Legal Vices, on this little old channel we call Legal Vices. We are in day 16 of the Karen Reed trial. It's day 3 on the stand for Jennifer McCabe. Day 2 of cross-examination. Woo! It's gonna be interesting today, I think. Yesterday was some fireworks in court. We'll talk about that in a little bit here. But we just got to make sure we're doing everything we need to be doing. If you are joining us here and want to play along with the, if you're joining us live, that is, you want to make sure you want to have some more fun with this, go over here right up to the top of the chat. There's a pinned chat, which is where you can generate your own Karen Reed murder trial bingo card. We'll be checking off the boxes as certain events occur in court. It's just a little incentive to have a little more fun and to play around. So we have a little bit of fun, we play around, but we also focus on what's going on so we don't miss any of the important parts of the trial. So do that, and also hit the like and subscribe button. It says we've got 55 concurrent viewers and 119 likes. I'm not sure how that works, but hey, that sounds good to me. People will trickle in, I hope. I hope as things go along, people will trickle in. Let's see. Let me make sure we have our like and subscribe poll up. If you want to take our like and subscribe poll, You just have to do those two things, hit the like and hit the subscribe button, then pop on over to the chat where it is right up there at the top next to the Generate Your Bingo card. Today's like and subscribe poll, which is simply to remind you to hit the like button and to subscribe. It serves no other purpose. The poll today: Jennifer McCabe will self-destruct on cross-examination. She'll get yelled at by the judge. She'll continue to be stubborn and will get the better of the defense. Which one of those do you think is most likely to happen? We'll have to see how that all pans out eventually. We'll check in an hour or so and see what you think about the poll. But until then, we got the trial just getting ready to start here. Let me make sure we bring up law and crime. Okay, we've got the dogs here. All right, nothing going on. They should be trickling here into court. We're doing a lot of trickling today. Everybody, court should start sometime 2 to 15 minutes from now. Sometimes they're right on time. Sometimes it's a little bit late. Let's see. Where are we? There's the bingo card. Live stream. What is that? Oh, dang it. Yeah, I've done everything on the wrong browser because that's how I roll. All right, we're going to have to make the best of it. I always stream on 2 different browsers, but today I didn't. So everything's on Chrome. If there are any buffering problems, because Chrome is the most bufferiest of buffer browsers that ever buffered. So if it does get buffery, I'll just quickly bounce out and come back in on StreamYard on Chrome. Not Chrome. Damn it. I will leave Chrome and go back to Edge, where I usually am. All right. So yeah, boy, we are coming down to the wire here. Tomorrow is Thursday, where it'll be a half day in court, and we will also stream Karen Reed. Normally I wouldn't be doing it today because it's a full day. Today is a full day of trial. Normally I wouldn't do it, but I don't want to miss this cross-examination, the continuance of this cross-examination live. So I'll do this up through the lunch hour. Hopefully they'll be done by the lunch break. And then I'm going to check out at the lunch break because I need to sleep. I am so exhausted. So we'll cover to the lunch break today. Then I'll do a little update. I'll record an update for the afternoon session. Then we'll watch tomorrow's live, and then it's Friday. I'll just do a very, very quick stream on Friday night, and then I'm off for 2 weeks vacation, during which I'll pop in as much as I can. There'll be impromptu streams and really weird times just to say hi and let people know that I'm thinking about you. And I have some stuff uploaded, so they'll automatically come up in the shorts and the clips, so you can not miss me for the 2 weeks while I'm gone. So this is the last 2 real days, today and tomorrow, and then like I said, Friday will just be a very, very short stream to say hi and bye. Black Horse Cavalry says, do you realize Edge uses the Chromium base? It uses the base, but Chrome is so loaded down and bogged down with all kinds of extras and fidgy widgets and everything that it's really, really heavily buffered. There's so many extensions going on and things. It's really heavy. I really don't have any other way to describe it. It's just a really heavy browser. Whereas we don't have that problem with Edge. So, right. We are here. We're waiting for court to start. Everybody's locked and loaded. Aussie Raid incoming. I've sent Hayden the link, so if he wants to and if he's able to, I know he's got a full day of work ahead of him too tomorrow, so I don't know if he'll be able to join us, but I hope he will. He's got the link. Hayden, are you going to join us? I haven't heard from you. All right, but it is an Aussie Raid. Thank you, Hayden. Thank you for sending your people my way, whether you come here or not. I hope you do, but thank you anyway, brother. Everybody just hit that like button. We got 133 peeps, 212 likes somehow. I like that when we have 100 more likes than viewers. I guess that means people are going to be coming in as things progress. Well, Jennifer McCabe, where do we even start? Good grief. I got a bit... Hayden and I both got a little bit cursy yesterday. She was a piece of work. She was very, very hostile behavior towards the defense. They would ask her simple, basic questions like, does this refresh your memory? And she would refuse to say yes or no. Max Mura, what's up, Max Mura? Haro Jefferson. Max is in same time zone, but none of your stay awake power. Got to turn in now. Oh, we'll see on replay in the morning. Thank you so much, Max. Good to see you. And Max's presence reminded me that that I missed a few super chats at the end of the stream yesterday. So we need to take care of that. We need to rectify that. We need to remedy that. So I need to go into my YouTube studio here, where such information is stored. There it is. Supers. Okay. I'm doing this so that people can get their just acknowledgement. All right. The few that I missed yesterday, Boosh McFadden. I know I don't see you here right now. Boosh McFadden, watch this on replay, and somebody let me know if Boosh comes in so I can apologize directly to him. He said Jackson didn't even buy her dinner first. That is, yeah, it was a savaging. He just it was a rogering of epic proportions without, as he said, even the courtesy of buying her dinner first. And the Iceman 101418 says she looks so shandy and is coming off terribly. Yes. She did come off very, very terribly. DCV Titan also says to orient you if you can, because you're a neutron star and it got cut off. Why is it cutting off my messages? All right. And by the way, the Iceman 101418 says she looks so shandy and is coming off terribly. I hate the word Karen, but she's giving on the appearance of to a T. Shouldn't have been on the stand. Well, she had to be on the stand because she's the one that keeps saying, oh, well, Karen told me I hit him, which apparently she didn't until just now. And Adara the Wholesome today kicking us off with the first super chat. Thank you so much for the very first super chat of the day, Adara. Lady on Cross definitely yells at fast food workers. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's the Karen, not Karen Reed. Poor Karen. And hey, here for the truth says, hey, Jeff, it's been a while. Good to be here. I'm glad you're here. We're just waiting for court to kick in so we can do all of this live. See, this was the big thing. The big deal yesterday. The main part, the primary reason she is up there on the stand is to testify that Karen told her, I hit her. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. The dog's got a new ball. Now they're wrestling for it. Sorry about that. But yeah, so that was the whole point of her being there, was to say, Karen told me I hit him. But yet she has never said that under oath anywhere before. 3 grand jury appearances, 12 times she's given statements. I don't make me take that ball away. 12 times she's made statements saying that Karen asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Questions like that, but never once under oath in any statement to law enforcement or otherwise has Jennifer McCabe ever said that Karen Reed told her, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That looks pretty shady there. That's some shady stuff. Oh, yes. Leafy Fifi Foo says she's an honest and truthful person. And we know that because she said twice that she's an honest and truthful person. Exactly what an honest and truthful person would say. She would, as I mentioned, oh my God, Uh, she sorry, I got taken off guard there. Wow. We've got Sonny or Chris dropping the heat. Bro, please, thanks. Seriously. Wow. Dang it, I hate when you guys render me speechless. Thank you so much for the support there. That means a huge amount to me. And it also gets us automatically to that point right from the beginning that we call
Release the hose.
And clearly I was not ready for this. So hang on while I set up the doggo cam here. We've unleashed instantly the emotional support pig dog potato cam. All right, here we go. This was utterly unexpected. I don't even know what to say other than just, again, thank you so very much. All right, now we need to zoom out a little bit here so we can get both tater dogs in there. There we go. What's up, tater dogs? All right, again, thank you so much for the cry. Havoc Vuck. The $100 super chat from Sonia and Chris. Thank you so much. Well, you are clearly automatically the Vice Racks of the day so far. Anybody wants to take the title, it's going to cost at least $101 super chat. So it's probably safe to say that you're going to hold on to that title unless someone completely insane comes along. So we'll throw your name up there in just a little bit once we get started. But again, wow, I'm totally thrown off my game now. All right, got to reboot. I don't even remember what the hell I was talking about. I know we were talking about her. Oh yeah, she testified 12 times, never once saying that this was it. She said she was an honest and trustworthy person. She told us that. But she was refusing to give any ground whatsoever. I mean, she didn't actually testify to this, but her testimony the entire 4 hours was essentially the defense lawyer saying, would you say that would you agree with me that it's daylight out? Well, it depends what you mean by daylight, or, well, some parts of the world, it's not daylight. Speaking of another place in the world right now where it's not daylight, it's Aussie Overlord.
My chat are going to be so mad at me right now.
Why is your chat going to be so mad at you right now?
Because I said I was going to bed, but I kind of figured I should keep you company for at least the 5-10 minutes until court starts.
Well, you are certainly welcome to do that. And you are certainly welcome to stay here the entire time.
After last night and then the fact that I have to go driving tomorrow, I cannot do it as much as I would love to.
Nicola Maxwell asked your eyebrows move that hat, Jeff? No, not this one. It's tightened down on the head with the earphones. Yeah, thanks. Man, so we're getting ready for day 3 of Jennifer McCabe, day 2 of cross-examination. And you're going to go to sleep. I want to go to sleep more than anything in the entire world right now. But number 2 thing I want to do in the world right now is watch the rest of the cross-examination. So sometimes number 1 has to give. This is true. Yeah, this is going to be epic, I think. Because we still, she's also, if you'll remember, everybody, she's the one that testified, that Google searched the term "how long to die in the cold" about 3 hours before anybody had any idea to believe that someone might be dying in the cold.
Mm-hmm. I actually saw someone put up a reasonable theory about it as well, that just maybe John was in the house, that they got into an argument, that he got the snot beaten out of him and he was unconscious, and that then they left him out in the snow. But that the reason why there were so many phone calls being made by Jennifer McCabe to his phone was that they realized that his phone was not on his body when they dropped him outside, so therefore they're trying to call it from within the house to work out where it was in order to get it out of the house.
Oh yeah, that's kind of been my theory from the get-go. I mean, that's the only thing that really makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been my good to go thing. They got in a fight. The dog, who isn't great with strangers, got involved, falls back, hits his head on something. I mean, clearly he's been hit in the face. He falls back, hits his head. They chuck him out in the snow, and then they go, "Holy shit! Where's his?"
It's now open. You may be seated. Judge, would like to adjourn.
Well, I understand counsel wants to see me, but can it wait? Can we get started with the testimony? It's already 9:15.
We can with regard to 3 of the 4 issues, but with
Wait,
regard
what?
to one of them, it applies to this witness's testimony.
All right, so I'll hear from Mr. Jackson about that since it's this witness. Why don't we come over here and do it while we bring the jurors in, okay?
Wow, she's got a hair appointment today. She's feisty.
Apparently.
She's pissed already. Good grief, Judge.
Well, clearly she didn't want to hear whatever the lawyer's arguments were about, but I will admit, I can understand a judge having a healthy respect for the jury. I don't like the way that she does this, though. She's using them as an excuse to not do her job properly, and that irritates me.
Well, yeah, and here's what you do. Well, we're bringing the jury in at 9 o'clock. You got something to say? Be here at 8:30.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that does count as a sidebar. right out of the gate. If you're following along on your bingo card that you can generate from the pinned comment there in chat, mark off "Judge calls for sidebar." Where's that? Where's that on my bingo card? Here we are. "Judge calls for sidebar." Mark that off on your bingo. That didn't take very long, did it? And this is O'Keefe's mother, I believe. She's looking better and better every day.
That's really concerning to me, Jeff. We got to get you to Vegas.
His father, we just saw there in the corner. Apparently, from what it seems and what a few people are saying, is he got up and walked out in the middle of her cross-examination yesterday. Whatever that means, I don't know. Oh yeah, I also on your Chris a shot of something. I don't have a shot glass handy. I was not planning on doing that. So where are we? We'll have to use my wine glass. Put a little maker's mark number 46 in the wine glass. So on here, Chris, once again, thank you for that ridiculous super chat. Cheers. Going to the land of bourbon in a few days.
Honestly, Jonathan, that had occurred to me, but at the same time, ordinarily you wouldn't care because the judge is supposed to be impartial. In this instance, I don't like the fact that the prosecutor is sitting in front of the defense counsel, but it's probably just the way that the courtroom is situated.
Yeah, they're just kind of weird. And this is the question here. In your opinion, does it make sense that the defense cannot see the prosecutor? Could be queuing the witnesses. Well, the judge is there and the court clerk is there. They're not going to be queuing the witnesses. He likes his job too much. Not to answer certain questions.
You are unmuted.
But it is a weird seating arrangement, but it's a very, very tiny courtroom. It was a much bigger one, but they moved it to the smaller one because the defense counsel says we can't see the jury's faces. The jury can't see the witnesses' faces. So they moved it to the smaller.
And no, that one qualified as judge calls for sidebar because she told him to get up there.
I counted it.
Yeah, no, someone was asking for the lawyer or judge.
Have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior
And while they're
Court,
doing that,
is
thanks
for
for
the
recommending
Constitution.
Makers 46 is my
Your
favorite now.
attendance
I love
shall be
Makers
heard.
46.
God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Glad
Court
you
is now
enjoyed it.
open. You may be seated. 2117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, Mr. Lally. Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little also on behalf of the street. Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
All right, we have updated our
County was kind
banner.
enough to come in last night and make sure that the air conditioning was working. They were here late. They did a really terrific job, so I think everybody should be comfortable today. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
The question is
Were
who
you
the
also
witnesses
able
talked to
refrain
since
from
then.
doing any independent
I was gonna
research or
say.
investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
All right, I've got 388 people here. Welcome,
All right,
people.
may we have Ms. Reed, Ms. Ms. McCabe, please?
Uh-oh. Got Reed on the mind, Judge? Wait, why is my phone going? What's going on here? Hang on.
Go on, Jackson. Channel Chloe.
Something's with the ownership of the court and jury in the case.
My phone was briefly possessed.
I did. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you were ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, as a matter of housekeeping, I wanted to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court's permission there.
Sure.
Same, Jim Page document you saw. Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears?
Will she admit that she's holding documents in her
that we
hands?
talked about yesterday that included.
Depends what you mean by documents.
For lack of a better phrase.
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't mean to rush you.
That's good.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this set of blue chests that are authenticated be moved, marked and moved to the evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes. Exhibit 98 from the record. Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
Exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday. My fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious.
Well,
if my
Hayden was
form's
worried that
different
she
than-
might try to eat the documents to prevent
Exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Why don't you come to sidebar, please?
Oh, judge calls another sidebar. That's great.
Oh, look, I appreciate the concern, Caligula, but I'll probably try and hold out for the first hour, see how the cross goes.
How bad do you have to be that Caligula is concerned about you?
I'm tired.
Oh, me too. I'm just beat to death. But going on vacation is really hard.
I know, right? It's the weirdest friggin' thing.
You got a shit ton of my own stuff to do, a shit ton of stress. Got to get, of course, today was the day that the boss said, "Oh, you're leaving for 2 weeks. Here's a bunch of stuff you need to front load so that I don't have to do anything while you're gone." Well, that wasn't exactly what he said, but that was what he meant.
Yeah.
And then I got to take care of a bunch of other stuff, and then not sleep and pack and do this. So yeah, it's I'm just gonna die on the plane. I'm just gonna get on the plane and I'm gonna sleep for 15 hours. Yes, don't worry. I always put the captions at the top. Thank you for reminding me. I would have noticed it and put it up there because that's where we always do. Because with the super chats and the banners and stuff, it is difficult to see. So let's.
Yes.
All right, so that will come into evidence, and jurors, sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is, again, before you can consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the person who was identified as doing so was the person who authored or sent or transmitted the electronic communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
I know why she would do that, but she could not have put that in a more convoluted way.
The 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, "I hit him," correct?
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th.
He's off
Let
the
me
line.
rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
Oh, everybody's report is wrong.
Wait. Yeah, that's exactly what you said, because she's already said that Trooper Proctor took down things wrong as well.
Yeah. So literally she's been saying this thing from day one, but all the
Could you take a look at
investigators
that
are putting
report,
down the
just
wrong
face page,
statement.
and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case. I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Why did I take that sound off? I'm going to put that sound back on.
No, don't. You took it off because it gets copy claimed.
Does it?
Yeah.
Huh. Don't think mine ever got copy claimed before.
Really? Like every time I used it.
Huh. Copy claim this.
Do you have that in mind?
I do, yes.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it?
Stop asking questions.
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report, what he writes that you said to him.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, I hope I didn't hit him, end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say she, Karen Reed, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I told him that he should ask the responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
Close enough.
None of
Mark,
that. You just read the report.
first
None of that
responder
is
off
in
your
his
bingo
report.
card.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief. I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, "I hope I didn't hit him." Correct?
That's what's in the report.
All right. And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later. Correct?
Correct.
Ms. McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Lank on this day.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who?
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't you?
I did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
23.
Yes.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed.
Oh, she's got to say that again.
Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters saying that they hope things.
Why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this, Mr.
No.
Jackson.
No.
The door's open.
Your Honor, she could answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house. The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see.
No.
You decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor.
Yeah.
Michael Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house, and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lank's. It was not Jen going to Michael Lank's. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor, I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Oh, dear.
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations.
With Trooper Tully?
Over the last 2 years.
Tully?
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
With Trooper Tully?
Okay. Do you, all I'm asking you is, do you, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
See this? She doesn't understand that every time she demands to see the receipt. Can I see where it says that? She's actually pounding another nail in her stupid cross-examination coffin.
Thank you.
Take a look at the face page of that, read it to yourself. And then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27.
Look, if the lawyer is asking questions like, isn't it true that you met this person on this date and said this? They can prove it.
Yeah.
Don't ask to see the proof. Hell, in that case, even I don't recall is a better answer.
Okay.
You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told, actually, let me back up for a second. Okay, was that somewhere in the
Be
vicinity
careful of the
of
backing up. You might hit
September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
Yes, Wayne, she did.
Is there a date on it?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence,
Right.
but that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right, so if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions. You had at some point multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks. Make sure the
Is
TPS
this
report's
what was
on my
marked
desk.
00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
This is just a full ones that are tabbed, highlighted.
Yeah, that'd be
Thank
great.
you.
Thanks.
Take a look at that and tell me if you specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. You could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
She tried becoming having that fake sweetness about her too, which I thought was hilarious.
Yeah, that didn't last very long, did it?
Nope.
She's in hour 5 of I want to speak to the manager.
And she doesn't like that the manager's provided receipts that she bought the thing from a different store.
Yeah, exactly. Well, she's skimming through that. No, we already read
Okay.
that one. We read that one too. Oh. We're on Alan 46. Just want to say hi, Jeff, and please don't forget to hit the like peeps and subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. Thanks. Thank you, Alan.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Buddha Berries with the 5 Aussie bucks. She's own goaling herself either way by saying all cop reports are wrong and injecting even more doubt into the case. Exactly. Either she's wrong and lying,
Yes.
or the cops are incompetent. She's not helping. She's making it worse. And Nick Stara with 100 sexy Swedish monies.
Having looked at this,
That's not opening the door, that's kicking the door wide open. And it's
an accurate reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th.
Yes.
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I guess that is how it works in this courtroom. You normally just can't read from it.
Well, to be fair, I mean, in this courtroom, the judge allows ridiculous exposition
First
on
call,
answers,
January
so-
29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Correct.
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably.
Let's let her explain how she didn't
Correct.
answer a 1 minute and 8 second
January
phone.
30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m. You then called Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
Correct.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you, 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day, at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call
Oh,
logs.
for
Do you
fuck's
believe that
sake.
you've had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with her?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
She
May I have them, Your Honor?
Yes.
all right. I'm also going to call this. We need to go to our bingo cards and mark off severe cross-examination.
May we approach briefly?
She's lost the ability to recall anything on cross-examination. That's normally reserved for the I don't recall people, but she can't remember she made a phone call. She needs to see the records to remember whether she did absolutely anything. So if you're following along on your bingo cards that are generatable from the link at the top of chat, judge calls for sidebar, first responder, and severe cross-examination. And I'm actually
pretty sure the lawyer just called for a sidebar while you were talking.
Was that the lawyer?
Pretty sure, yeah. Because she
And
said
lawyer
yeah.
calls for sidebar. And lawyer calls for sidebar. All of mine are in a row. If I just need one more bad weather, and I've already got a bingo.
I just need body on the front lawn.
Well, I'm sure they'll mention that. Oh, and dog cam, obviously. We've got our giant potato right down there on the bottom. Yes, and dog cam. Thank you, Cindy T. Yeah, she is like seriously gaslighting, isn't she?
I don't know how that guy has stayed married to her. Could you imagine them in an argument?
I was running through a scenario in my head. Oh, Lord, that would be bad. Matt says Aussie Latham versus Greenwich. Will they both lose? I assume they're both not very good teams.
Oh, I thought that was a case. I was about to look it up. I got no clue. Hang on. I think if that's what I think it is, it's it involves a politician. Give me a second.
Sounds like it was like a rugby match or something.
Yeah, no, that's Mark Latham. He was a federal politician.
In response to the question, what if they got in a fight? I believe Chris says there's a reason she's missing part of her tooth.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me. Maybe they'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
You remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again,
I expect that your answer is going to be, I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point.
Yes, it is.
I would expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind. Or all.
If she says I don't recall all these things, then
what
he
about
immediately
a
pulls out
second
the
call on February
record and
28th,
laugh.
lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute?
I do not recall.
Oh my God.
Apparently a second call on March 1st lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds?
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon lasting about 12 minutes?
I don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March, March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. Understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on the conversation that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months following this.
Months?
So if you have the record, I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea. I don't want to hold you to a number. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home
Shocking
on January
horror.
29th, on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room. You had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mhm.
And also, Carrie Roberts was there
Carrie Roberts was not there.
on the 29th.
Carrie Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
Tied up
But your memory
upstairs
is
a
clear
lot.
that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house. That was in your kitchen, in your dining room, and another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
On what
Is
basis?
that true or
was
is that
perfectly fine.
wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote,
Speculation.
"You've
Objection, Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023.
So the objection sustained.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCabe.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's
False
everywhere.
statement. If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to
That's walking the
1:30,
line.
1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the
She
29th.
hypothetically said she would have lied. So
After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's GPS, that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring to?
Phone. The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay. I'm-
Right, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so. So that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrite extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrite data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
The Celebrite data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about ozone basketball. Is that right?
okay.
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
And then at
What was so
2:30.
important about ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in that early morning hour time frame?
Don't believe so.
Oh,
Mr. Cave, if you wanted to know in general how long it takes for a human being
to die in the
to
cold.
pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mhm.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Did you actually Google searched it?
Objection.
Sustained, ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was
2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
okay. There's so many lies and misconceptions
Oh!
on social media.
Question.
Oh, I apologize.
Are you persuaded by the lies on the
Are you
internet?
telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking, and she was saying, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
And what
You
did
do
you,
remember.
what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
How about,
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
and you literally to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her,
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
that morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this?
Oh,
How
Oh.
long to die in cold? Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world happens to know it,
Mhm.
that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess not.
what is happening?
How long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh my God.
You were seeking at some point to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed how long to die in cold, correct?
You could show me it. I'd appreciate it.
Oh my
You later
God.
Google searched. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh my God. I've been waiting this entire trial for this moment, and I'm just speechless. Oh my, no, yeah, Matthew Davis, no, he hasn't said what time this happened. It was at 2:32, I believe. He hasn't mentioned
Thank you.
the time yet. He
While
just
she
wants her
looks
to
at
say
that,
the
Mr.
word.
Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're back to shit.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
He's on a roll and she's going to interrupt.
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second?
Yes.
Did you see this, the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
He's going to drop
Is there
the
an
bomb
objection, Mr. Lally?
right here.
No, Your Honor.
And what
Jim?
time was that search?
May I?
Yes. Is that Madam Court Reporter? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
Show it to the jury, point to the time, and ask what time the search was conducted. It's game over. Yeah.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Jason. You see this column,
Yes.
third column from the, actually it's the fourth column from the left, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long T-I die in C-I-K-D, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And exactly, you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both spellings, both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled it. How long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
So Hoslong to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Ms. McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please. According to the Celebrate data, you see this first search that says Hoslong to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
Oh, boom.
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27.
AM or PM?
AM.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
The next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
Then why was it
Covering your
deleted?
tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
Then how did
You
it
were
get on
nervous.
your phone at
You screwed it up. So
2:27?
the first search you made at 6:23 was Hoslong to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
When you see the search right there,
Now your phone records are lying?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
and what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning and 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one at 6:24 says Hoslong to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. I was up that bridge. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
What was she laying in bed
The
with you at
reality is-
2:24 a.m.?
Your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 227. That is not reality.
How did
But
it get
the
there?
6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrate will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then of those 3 searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
That's not what he asked.
Take
It's
a look
also not what the report shows.
at the Celebrate report. Top search. The column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
Damn.
Ms. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never
That is not what
made
he asked.
that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he not
Objection.
your-
Sustained.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the 3 searches that show up that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Why? She's not going to
Of
answer
those
it.
3 searches, there was only one.
The jury gets to hear it twice.
Is that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a search.
Oh, shit.
The one according to the Celebrate report that was deleted, the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
That was a 10-minute beat down.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Yes, it is ironic that her husband's an IT guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Don't forget that her husband is IT.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
I'll read this in a second.
Going back a little bit, you were asking questions about.
Okay, real quickly.
Life 360
Xanthosium
applications
15
out of
is
the
she
phone direct.
has Amber Heard
Yes.
syndrome. Everyone else is
And you're
lying. The
familiar
troopers
with
are
that
lying.
app?
The report is
Familiar with
lying. The
sort
dog is lying, and John is
using that
lying.
app
in
to
the snow.
see where your children are at various times. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from your experience using that app, how accurate is it as far as location, time, or anything in regard to it?
Pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes.
Dude, the Life 360 data is the least of your fucking problems right now.
You were asking questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's?
He's been punched in the head
I do not
repeatedly.
know.
Know whether or not on January 29th, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No.
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
No.
This person you didn't know.
Right. Correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, a person you didn't know, that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Well, and now that she's
Now-
spoken a few more than one or two words, I think we can
You were
check off
asking
heavy
questions
Boston
about,
accent.
text between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when those texts were sent,
Is it being a judge sign or not?
you don't know, do you?
Bingo.
Can you clarify?
Sure. Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister?
Oh, I thought you meant a judge
before he did
sidebar. So
hold on
never,
to
no
fair
judge
use?
side.
Oh.
They were texting at about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, definitely
Do you
internet
know
search.
whether or not Ryan Nagel was on Cedar Crest or
Definitely
somewhere else
internet
when he
search.
texted Julie that he was about to arrive or that he was there?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that now.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck that Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
And definitely
No,
body
actually,
on front lawn.
Are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside.
Bingo.
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
Not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
How would you describe the manner in which you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know how many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that you saw the vehicle and twice that you, and once that you saw that the vehicle was gone, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And when you say as far as you saw the vehicle move, did you see the vehicle physically move or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different?
It was in one place and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time, as you took a glance out the storm door, did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No,
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
no,
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn, front walkway, or anything else?
no,
At any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
no,
At any point in time when you texted John O'Keefe after you arrived at Fairview, did John O'Keefe respond?
no,
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview, after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call in which you were describing where 34 Fairview was in reference to Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe ever again?
no.
And during that about 20-minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted him home.
Now, you're looking out through the storm door and you see the Lexus with its lights on, right?
Correct.
And from that area, the secondary area up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
And fair to say that when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from the storm door out towards a vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today, about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the body, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to you get home from Fairview around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame, you go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or application on your phone. That's where you access Google.
Yes.
Is that typically where you would access Google?
Yes.
And you were looking at Ozone basketball. You're also looking at Hockamock. Is that right?
Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the Ozone basketball you talked about?
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program. So I went on Hockamock Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how other teams did, etc.
And around that same time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, within when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockamock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road and the defendant asks you to conduct or look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the pool, correct?
Correct.
So when you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
And that's where you perform the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you perform the search that you were just being asked about?
Yes.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not, no.
Oh, did we have a what,
Now,
if any?
Again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No.
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
Not really, no.
Do you know what a wall file is?
No.
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
No.
Do you know what a knowledge profile C database is?
No.
Do you know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
No.
Now, as far as, let me ask you this, You had 4 children, and
Do you know what a clear
you were
browser
mom,
history button is?
correct?
Correct.
At some point, you did work, though, right?
Yes.
What did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Objection.
Yeah. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Uh-oh.
Stand up.
Is this the judge telling the prosecution to move it along because you ain't got nothing here? Wow. Well, while she's doing that, Adara the Wholesome with the $2. Her knees weak, arms sweaty, vomit on her sweater. Ew. And Lancelot 652. Good luck trying to fix her image, bro. The defense just shredded her. Yeah, it's not good for her. I mean, damn, that you don't get to see a cross examination that long, that intense, and that directed very often. That was a special thing to witness.
True. And I'm impressed at Jackson's stamina on that too.
Yeah. Special KL says, didn't the search happen when she was at home only with her husband? Yeah.
Yeah, and the way that Lally just tried to phrase it was
I could
that
take you
because the
back
tab was
to,
opened at 2:27, the search then went through at that time, which is completely not bullshit.
4:53 in the morning is when you get that first call from Kaylee Kerbush. Is that correct?
Correct.
You answer that call, and then the defendant is put on the line, correct?
Yes.
And so what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her with that you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there. She was telling other people that he was dead, that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times that morning.
You mean like yours?
Now, on cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
Fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone.
Correct.
And there's 2 other people beyond that as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Kerry on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car. You had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
As to the form, it's sustained.
What had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Kerry and I looked at each other and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call before connected and you said you bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And people are saying, isn't this hearsay?
This
What
is
she was
after,
saying, it's
the defendant
it would
hit the
fall under
door
the
and
excited
run from the vehicle
utterances
over to the
exception.
spot, right?
If someone
Yes.
in a state of stress or
So
excitement
it's not
says
your
something,
phone.
it's considered
It's not Ms.
an
Roberts'
excited utterance and is an
Fair
exception to
inference
the
is
hearsay.
defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Do you know when that voicemail or that recording that you heard, do you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Now, at the time that you are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts?
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911 and Karen is screaming hysterically. And then Kerry starts screaming at her to calm down. It was quite chaotic. So I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
But the volume on the window wipers never changed.
That is correct.
At some point, you went into your sister's house at 34 Fairview, right?
Yes.
And why did you go?
Officer Lank asked me to go in and wake them up.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Sustained.
And at some point, you indicated that you had called Officer Lang to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as, were you aware whether or not Brian Albert or Cole Albert or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lang's number?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert and Nicole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
How did you know that?
You were asked some questions about when you were on scene, and you indicated in your testimony
Good call, Owen.
that you heard
Didn't
the
think about
defendant say, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
You also, early in your testimony, had indicated that earlier in the morning, the defendant had phrased that differently as far as could I have hit him or did I, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the night, correct?
Yes.
And more to my point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And you recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection.
Allowed. Okay.
Well, I'm glad her memory has come back since she's finished cross-examination. She has a clear memory of events now, so her cross-examnesia has gone away. Good for her. And while they're taking that little break, let's catch up on one thing here. Man Bear Pig with the $2 says bingo, sidebar. Sidebars, free, dog cam, and Boston accent. I'm two places I'm one away. And Hayden's got his bingo, so he wins the panel bingo competition. And let's see what we all think about our like and subscribe poll, because we've got 781 people here right now. So you 781 people, make sure you get down there and smash that like button and hit the subscribe button, because we're pushing northward. We need to keep growing, and it costs you nothing, and it gives us all warm, fuzzy feelings. And take our like and subscribe poll. Today, Jennifer McCabe will self-destruct on cross-examination, was 48%. 4% of you said get yelled at by the judge. 45% of you said will continue to be stubborn, and 3% said will get the better of the defense. That's the end of that like and subscribe poll, because she's not on the stand for any meaningful period anymore. I'll have to think of another poll to put up there. It'll be basic, but I'll think of something. Okay, well, chat, what do you think? What's going on? Well, Sushi Ninja will put up another poll here. What's your thoughts so far, Hayden?
I am hoping beyond hope that the jury saw through everything that just happened on that cross.
But how could they not, really?
Well, I mean, jurors aren't people; they're idiots. So that's the problem. Well, you can't. As bad as it sounds, you can't. This is the thing that I've learnt with trial. You can't treat jurors as if they're regular, reasonable people because they, specifically in circumstances like this, they've been locked in a room for however many weeks listening to moronic things that, some things can go strangely. But no, look, I fully expect a not guilty verdict at this point.
If not, this will rank right up there with the Zachariah Anderson verdict as a completely inexplicable result.
Yeah.
And this is a lengthy sidebar. We've got another lengthy sidebar going here. What could they possibly be talking about? Maybe her husband deleted it so she can say she didn't. Somebody made the search, but somebody made the search and she's saying she didn't make that search. So explain why it's on your phone records. Well, I'm sure the phone company can do that.
That wasn't a great answer for her either.
No. There, exactly, Matt. One, there is no good answer for the 2:27 a.m. search. I mean, he's got to address it. He can't just try to sweep it under the carpet. That's not going to work.
No, I fully expect he's going to drag out the redirect for as long as he possibly can to put as much distance between him moving on to the next witness and the answers that just came out of her mouth as possible. It's all he's got in his quiver of tactics at this point. If he goes back to that and he draws anything further out, it gives Jackson an opportunity for recross to clarify things and re-hammer home like bits and pieces. He can't afford that.
She's done so much to hurt the prosecution's case.
Mm-hmm.
Either she's an absolute liar or the cops are literally every cop that took a statement, Lank, Good, and Proctor, all made mistakes in their reports. So either the cops are complete fuck-ups or she's lying. Neither one is good for the prosecution.
So, John?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. McCabe, as I was asking before, in June of 2023, you testified in another procedure, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions specifically about those statements that you heard the defendant say on the morning of January 20th, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall specifically what your testimony was in regard to that portion of it, in regard to those statements?
I don't recall specifics. I know what I know. I know what happened.
Can I approach on?
Yes.
Nice one, Rapid Raccoon. An island with the $2. It's so bad. I even feel a tiny little sorry for Lolly.
Direct your attention to the bottom of the first page and then into the next page. If you could just review that.
Any man with a bald spot like that hasn't done something about it, I have no sympathy for.
Page again, Mr. Lally.
You're on 816.
Xenolthium 15, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is the enemy action. We're well past enemy action at this point.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Exactly. How many times does he have to
remember your fresh as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements?
Yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
And why should the jury believe you on that?
Same prior proceeding, being asked any questions, sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement.
Objection.
Sustained as to form. No leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
Another what, if anything?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made. And it was like repeat. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight. And then her, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And so with respect to questions
Did you
and
just throw
as
in,
far
I
as
have
did
a
I hit him or could I hit him, and the statement, I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
So mark broken taillight off your bingo card. That is such bullshit. Come on.
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, was with him when you met?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that date, did you meet with other troopers?
Yes.
And by other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
Yes.
And with respect to meeting with other troopers, was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone?
Correct.
And they asked you for your phone, is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it, yes.
And you've just
Were you
testified
presented a
that the Life
form at
360 is
all
not
in
accurate.
regard to your agreement to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you had testified to earlier as far as things, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
Hey, Pro Tron?
Yes.
No limit.
I'm showing you a document, again, just ask you to look at it, look up. Just in general, ma'am, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the consent form for my phone.
So that's the form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your phone.
Correct.
This is how you're trying to rehabilitate her credibility.
I
An
guess.
objection, Mr. Jackson?
Oh, she can't possibly be lying because she had nothing to hide. She gave us full access to her phone after she'd already deleted records.
And San Aldium 15 of the $5. Oh, we already read this one.
Again, Mr. McCabe.
Welcome. Thanks.
Initially following that the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some point you were seeking or you had actually asked the defendant for Kerry Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Kerry's number specifically?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital, and I was just looking to see how John was doing.
You had mentioned at some point, did you speak to Ms. Roberts that morning in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes.
And you mentioned that later on, either that day or the next day, that you had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Carrie was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Carrie went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, right?
Yes.
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Carrie called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had.
No, I'm going to allow it.
And Peggy had suggested to Carrie, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything, when the time comes, meaning when the trial comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
Oh, great.
And just to be clear, when you say Peggy, who are you referring to?
Mrs. O'Keefe.
John's mother?
John's mother, correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police or the State Police?
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house. So that would have been the first time.
So the time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she had spoken to troopers, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, with reference to Ms. Roberts and her phone, was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect
Peggy
to
is
her
the
phone
victim's mother. Peggy.
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
Now, during that time, you had indicated that you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about?
Objection.
The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson. That means you can answer.
Okay. So basically, Carrie is a talker, and once she started,
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
okay, she said something like, John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
Whoa. Wow.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
No.
Sirens.
Mark off sirens outside of court.
Let me ask you, when you came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m. And you saw Mr. O'Keefe, was he in the same clothes that you had seen him in earlier?
He had jeans and I believe the same shirt on, yes.
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that that you saw?
Not that I recall.
Now, again, as you were driving down Fairview Road, if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe, would you have stopped the car?
No.
Recall when you were leaving 34 Fairview Road earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45 when Mr. McCabe is driving. Do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
Now, as far as the defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No.
And what was it prior to the defendant showing up and sort of screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had called?
My husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
Now, as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road, when you're communicating any of that to the 911 operator or to officers on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview after the waterfall or from some other source?
Well, it was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him being dropped off or anything like that, that came from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you had been asked and you had testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about certain incidents of harassment that you had undergone, as well as Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
How long had that been going on for at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Is it sporadic, or how often were you experiencing that?
Daily, sometimes hourly.
And in addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your home?
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges
And what
said
does this
that they
have to do
shouldn't
with
allow
whether or
them
not
to
Karen
play.
Reed killed
And
somebody?
then they've attached
Not a damn
these
thing.
horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness.
Oh,
and
you
these
are
people
now.
are terrorizing me.
Stand as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else is stand. Okay.
Yeah. So what?
And so, your understanding that Mrs. Proctor had sustained similar issues as you had?
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior, no.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that, or any time subsequent?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling round. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what that was, or what occurred on that?
So that day in July, a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening. So he had reached out to tell me, what was going to be happening and how they had set up some cameras. It was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my two younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my two older children and my husband were in the house while about, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
And prior to that, did you have any conversations with Proctor or any other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to its time?
Yes.
And as far as setting up sort of whole cameras around your house to memorialize whatever is going to happen?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
Because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
Damn it, just when I thought we'd get away with that
Shaking you
recourse.
as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
And there were some misspellings, correct?
Correct. I also have MS and I have issue.
Well, I'll allow that.
I have MS and I have, issues with my hands. So I a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb. So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
So now explain how you find time travel.
Sometime after 2 a.m. Thursday, the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or hockey.
Objection.
Sustained.
You got to explain how this 227 call got on the record and got deleted when she said she didn't do it and she didn't delete it.
One moment, John.
Yes.
Nothing further on.
Oh my
Hey,
God.
Mr. Jackson.
Wait, what?
He didn't even address it.
Statement. I hit him. He gave a statement on January 29th to Sergeant Light. Called him over to specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day, later that day, Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022.
The officer formerly known as Prince.
No fewer than 12 times about statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And in not one of those instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct. Although I told Mike Lank.
Oh, we already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that. Next question, please, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described, this terrible harassment that you just described, started in about April 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was around the time that there were public hearings concerning this Google search. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
The
But you
amnesia.
do know that you started suffering this harassment that you claimed is awful and terrible, et cetera, around April of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It is awful.
Okay, I'm sure it is awful, Ms. McCabe. I'm sure it's terrible.
It is.
It sucks to be harassed.
It really does.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so that's sustained and I'll strike it. Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
You were upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your family being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. That's what you were upset about, correct?
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, that was answered. Next question.
And 2 months later, in June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, I hit him, to my client, right?
Objection.
So ask that without the objectionable phrase.
2 months later, at another proceeding, in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, I hit him, to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Under oath, correct.
Well, okay then.
You indicated when you turned your phone in, the police were perfectly okay with you deleting communications with your children, correct?
Correct.
Including Allie, who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
So part of that is objectionable and I'll sustain that. So
You're aware that your daughter Allie was a witness in this case.
At the time, I was not aware of that. No.
No, but you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, correct? You knew that at the time.
Objection.
that's sustained.
Did you know at the time that Allie had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home?
I had no idea she drove him home.
But you deleted all those communications with Allie, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Alec, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered, but go ahead, finish. Let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
All I asked you, you heard my question. Did you or did you not delete the communications with Alec?
Objection.
That's been answered.
No, it hasn't. Well, it has, but
You said that there was this
Not the way that it
statement
needs to be.
yeah, actually, not the. I was going to say not the way that I
horrified
want
you,
it to
your
be.
words horrified you. That Carrie Roberts made during her interview that you were eavesdropping on, right?
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general. When she said, I told them everything, I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Carrie Roberts, so yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
If you
Yes,
didn't know
that
her,
was
how do you know she
horrifying.
likes to
And in
talk?
that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement was 3 words. I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd love to get.
Yesterday.
So do you have it handy, Mr. Jackson?
I don't, Your Honor. I'll grab it.
Look at that smiley, smirky, icky face. Ugh.
Okay. Your Honor, it's been marked and entered. It was the packet this morning that I did. That's it. May I approach?
Sure.
She really thinks she's getting the upper hand here.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. Well, he's searching for the nuclear bomb to drop on her. She's had lost on Bourbon Street with $10 as by saying this, isn't she informing the jury that the community thinks this is all a sham? Yeah, this is her everybody's picking on me thing. Yeah, you kind of that's sort of what happened with the Amber Heard deal when Elaine Bredehoff got up and started talking about how all of social media is against her client. Kind of
There was a reason for it.
DCV Titan with a Canadian $5. Wait,
Yes.
the victim's family is still friends with these people? What the absolute PHUKK? Apparently. And Jonathan Drennan with the 10. Are they really trying to use the court of public opinion being
Could you
against
tell
her
me what
them
pages, please?
as a way to bring sympathy to her? Yes.
If you wouldn't mind.
Won't that make the jury
What's
think
the
she
second
might be
number, Mr.
the real
King?
killer?
Bottom right.
Yes.
2170.
Stock incoming.
Thank you. Mhm.
Yes. Thank you so much, Jonathan.
You have that, Emily?
Yes, I do.
May I? Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. During that conversation, when you said she's telling them everything, that came right on the heels of your husband saying, this girl could write a book, this woman could write a book or something like that, correct?
Correct. She talks nonstop.
Right. And then you said 2 texts down, she's telling them everything.
Correct.
The text just before that was, I love it.
That was in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next thing
Oh,
you
shit.
wrote that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
Right. May I approach the court?
Sure.
Nowhere in that text chain did you say something along the lines of, oh my goodness, I'm so horrified, did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts that you just saw did you say the words or write the words, I'm so horrified, did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
You were asked on that morning, January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview. What ultimately happened. And your testimony was, as you approached, my client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe. She was screaming frantically in the back seat and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming between Kerry and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Ms. McCabe, to search for John?
It was, because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip was to look for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34 Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John, correct?
At 34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was there. She did.
Yes or no? Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct question?
Oh my goodness, Ms. McCabe, it was 5 minutes ago.
Did he ask, did he see something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
Oh my God.
So, Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
Well, tell her to shut the
You
fuck
asked
up.
just a second ago by Mr. Lally, if Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh
All
my
right,
God.
Ms. McCabe, we are finished. Jurors, I'm going to ask you to follow them out like you've done. We'll take a recess, and this one might be a little longer. I may need to.
Jurors holding and leaving your notebooks on the chair.
Oh, that couldn't have been timed any more perfectly.
All right, hang on real quick here. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. It sounds like we're going to be taking a long break.
In an effort to save a little time, why don't I see counsel at Sidebar to find out exactly what you want from me?
All right, jury gone. Wow. That was feisty. That was a little spicy.
I still can't believe he didn't pull out judge directed to answer the question then. But I mean, given that Bev seems to have a penchant for letting her just ramble on and provide extraneous material when he asks a question, I mean.
Wow. I'm still kind of stunned by that. But first of all, I mean, the spiciness of the back and forth, her just trying to throw stuff in.
Mm-hmm.
But then the judge only calling out the defense lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, and not just giving the, hey, back off witness. Stop, adding stuff that you haven't been asked. That's where the admonition should have been, I think.
Yeah.
That bleep is the Zoom audio. I think it's something that happens occasionally. Wow.
Yeah. Oh my God, it was 5 minutes ago. I think that should stick with the jury's minds, frankly.
Yeah. Why? I know why she's doing it, because she doesn't want to give any ground whatsoever to the defense, and just to be contradictory.
Mm-hmm.
But God, it doesn't look good at all. But she still thinks she won.
Mm-hmm. But then again, narcissists always think that they come out on top, and the way that
go ahead.
I was going to say the way that she sort of preened like a peacock every time that Bev interjected and stopped her from getting a verbal beatdown. I think that it sort of reinforced her ego, for lack of a better term.
Oh yeah, that smirky, smiling thing she would. It was just, that was just icky, just gross. Now, someone mentioned in chat they heard that this is John O'Keefe's parents here, that John's father is going to testify for the defense. I haven't heard that. If somebody else has heard that, that's interesting. But oof, that was rough. Dang. I knew it was going to be spicy. I didn't know it was going to be quite that spicy. Oh, what's happening with Harper said, yes, I saw that on X. Wow. If you saw it on X, it must be true. It'd be cool if it was. He might be on the defense's witness list. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people for the defense that are on the prosecution's witness list too. That doesn't necessarily mean they'll call them. So I would say, I mean, it's likely that they're on the list. Because you would say, if they're not going to call them, I'm going to call them, sort of thing.
Yeah.
I kind of need to decompress from that. That was good. Like, see, you don't get to see cross examinations like that very often.
Oh yeah, he is. He's the last person on the defense witness list.
She mouthed, "Got that bitch." Okay. Who? Karen mouthed that, or who? Stop vague posting, people. You've got a bunch of characters to work with.
You got 200 letters. Come on.
Seriously.
How's it rank against Camille and Amber Heard? Oh, it's close, but I wouldn't say it's.
Oh, the Camille, I think, was far superior to this.
Yeah. Like, if you put Camille in the 90s, I'd put Jackson just then probably in the low 80s, frankly.
But if you look at the flip side of that, and the witnesses' responses, I think Jennifer McCabe's was far more over the top than Amber Heard's responses were. Karen is single, dude. Just saying. Well, go for it. Whatever. I never want to see Jennifer McCabe ever again. I've just decided that. What an unappealing woman.
Mm-hmm.
And her husband is too. I mean, can you were the one that brought it up earlier. I mean, can you just imagine that those two together in a house, just sitting there being all smarmy 24 hours a day? Ugh.
Oh, I wouldn't give a shit about them being smarmy. I mean, I would imagine that he gets a regular removal of his testicles every time they have an argument.
If he has any to remove.
I was going to say, and then she holds them up in front of his face and says, you missing these? Like,
well, that was the old Sam Kinison joke, isn't it? Oh, you're going out with the boys? Well, you won't be needing this then, will you? Yeah, she clearly has an agenda. She clearly was not there to give an objective view of the facts to what happened.
No.
Is that his dad behind her? Yes. These two here in the matching colors, that's Karen Reed's parents, and then the two here, the lady in red, and then the older guy to her right that's John O'Keefe's parents. They made children. Ugh.
That's a disturbing
Thanks.
thought.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Wow. Was there anything that stuck out in particular in your mind for that whole cross-examination and recross and direct? Anything particular that shocked you or stood out?
I think the babysitter comment was, I think that should have been stricken. That was purely in there to try and paint Karen in a bad light. And I still can't believe, like, it's not enough that I would be calling for a judicial review, but Bev's pulling some shady shit here too, and I feel it's necessary to call that out because I do feel like there is a significant level of bias going on in here in someone who is supposed to be impartial.
Yeah, the first, I'd say, well, this is day 16 now. The first week or so, the first 7 days or so, I thought she was doing a relatively good job. But today, I don't know. I just didn't like the way she told the defense lawyer to stick to questions without telling the witness to answer the goddamn questions.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe other things. That's just one example that came to mind. I was speaking of things to do here. Island with the $2. Local people hate me isn't as sympathetic as she thinks. Yeah, because the jurors are local people. And Koala T with the Canadian tenors. Just in case my cursey words got you demonetized. Sorry. Well, your cursey words are the last thing that's going to get this thing demonetized. Stand in line behind my cursey words. I was trying to find some things to clip from yesterday, and I realized I swore a lot yesterday.
Mm-hmm. But it was worth it.
It was a sweary day. And Siobhan Curley with $1.99. I believe that's a sticker. Let me see what the sticker is. It's just $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Siobhan. Very, very nice to have you here. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Oh, and Strawberry has returned with her brand new ball. And I believe this is the brand new ball that Joe Choi sent as a gift.
Oh,
I think either that or it's a ball that I just found in the drawer today. Maybe left over from last year's vacation. I don't know. I think Joe sent it. I don't know. I'm confused.
All right, they're coming back, so I'm going to take my leave because I do have to drive tomorrow. But thank you very much for having me.
Aussie Overlord, everybody.
Chat, throw your money at Vices. Over the next week, he's going to need it.
You are muted. File for compensation due to issues surrounding
right, we don't need
users'
to
privacy through their incognito browser. So if you've used,
we don't need to advertise for those guys. That's Aussie Overlord, everybody. Make sure you go to Aussie Overlord and subscribe to him, and make sure you like every single video he's ever done, because quite frankly, he deserves it. And he is heading out to Las Vegas in 2 days, and I'm heading out in 3 days. We're just going to kind of hang out there for the next several days. Tanny Simmons with a $5. Jeff, my personal favorite was when you called her an effing lol. It came out so fast. Yeah, it was just kind of a guttural issue there. I'm glad me being a bad person was your favorite thing. I shouldn't have said it. I apologize for saying it, internet, but yes. So let's check how our new poll is going here. We set up a new poll. All right, Jennifer McCabe totally made that search at 227. Is right and everyone else is wrong. Is a misunderstood victim and is making the prosecutor regret everything. 17% of you have said the prosecutor she's making the prosecutor regret everything. 75% of you said, yeah, she totally made that search at 227. 6% of you said she's right and everyone else is wrong. I don't believe you. And 2% of you said is a misunderstood victim. I don't believe you either. Caligula, 2% coping. or just shit stirring. Hi, Jeff in chat, says Taz. Hi, Taz. Welcome. If you're just getting here, holy cow, go back and watch the whole thing. It's been a minute, and let's wow. Strawberry's snoring up a storm because she's trying to sleep with a big blue ball in her mouth. Let's look at the bingo card. For those of you that know, quite a few of you have gotten bingo. I am so close to getting bingo in many, many directions, but not there yet. So let's check bingo. If you want to play along with the Karen Reed murder trial bingo at the top of the chat, we have a pinned generate your bingo card link. Just click on the link, click generate your bingo card, and you can play along with us. So let's go ahead there and see what we've got so far while we're waiting for Law and Crime to come back. All right, the bingo card today is, so far we've got judge calls for sidebar, broken tail light, siren outside of court. No, I didn't. I did not. You can see it. You probably, I guess you can't see it scrolling. No, I have not paused it. She said it would be a little bit longer break today. So anyway, we got judge calls for sidebar, broken tail light, siren outside of court. What, if anything? Body on front lawn, heavy Boston accent, internet search, first responder, dog cam, lawyer calls for sidebar, and severe cross-examination. So that's what we've got so far. We haven't had a who if anyone yet. But hey, the next one is the prosecution's witness, so he gets to go ahead with his what questions and his who questions. Yeah, Chris says mocking and mimicking Karen is not going to win over the jury. Notice that behavior was after questions about her search history. Yeah, and I think that was it. I mean, what is the prosecution going to do? The phone records show that a search was made at that time. The records show that search term was deleted. That search term with a misspelling in it was deleted. And that exact same search with the exact same misspelling was made about 4 hours later. It's there. It's in the extraction report. So he's I mean, what else can you do other than just the Shaggy defense? Wasn't me. Never happened. Just totally, you have to totally try to gaslight the jury on that because it's there. There is no explanation for that. And this is the interesting thing. Where are the experts? Where's all the extraction experts from the prosecution? Where is all of where's the medical examiner? Where is someone to say, yes, we looked at his body and he was dead and he had these markings on him? Where is that witness? All these very, very important witnesses that form the foundation of most criminal trials, most murder trials, aren't here. Why not? The prosecution has got to be close to wrapping up their case. I mean, they've got maybe another week. So these witnesses have got to come in. All you have to prove your case is a woman who clearly has a bias against the defendant and clearly dislikes her and is not trying to be an impartial witness and is trying to bury her. That's all you've got. And everything she said has no real evidence to back it up. It's just a she said thing. Jesse McClaverty says you missed hearing a who, if any, question near the end of redirect. I did? All right. I didn't hear it. So, all right. Mark it off. Where's who, if any? Where's who, if any, on my thing? Where the hell is who, if any? Ah, there it is. Sorry, I went illiterate there for a second. When do they prove Karen did it? They've got to start doing that. It better be damn soon if they want to have any chance at all. Well, DCV Titan here with a big $20 Canadian super chat. Thank you so much. We'll give you a bell ring for that. Oh, I almost gave you a release the hounds. There we go. Can't wait for defense to talk with Extract Tech. Hope they bring up that the 2 searches at 6 was first the 2 a.m. search window, reopening and resubmitting the query, and then her typing in a new search for Karen. Either way, whether the new search for Karen or the let's make that same search to cover our earlier track, it doesn't matter what order they were in, I think. It's that 227 one. I can't wait to hear some testimony about that from the defense. And saddle up, Vicky Sue, with $5. Says, if empathy makes a good nurse and discipline makes a good teacher, then what trait makes a good attorney? Ooh, that's a good question. Empathy makes a good nurse. Discipline makes a good teacher. What trait makes a good attorney? Trait. Wow, that's kind of a deep question. Loyalty? I want to say loyalty. You have to be loyal to your client as long as there's no ethical rules that are violated. Morality. The first thing that came to mind was ethics. I have to be an ethical person. But just because you're ethical doesn't mean you're a good lawyer. But I think as far as like, if we change trait and we say character, then I would say empathy also. You have to be empathetic to your client in cases like this. A trait that makes a good prosecutor, selling your soul to Satan helps. Wow, that's a good question. Thank you for that. That made me think a little bit, huh? And Cat Not Williams with the $5. I think they're leaving the experts for last because they knew the witnesses were shaky. I don't know that that's a great strategy if that's what's happening. Because already we know they don't have any DNA experts. They had the one DNA lady that came on and said, yeah, you guys gave us 2 swabs, 2 little cotton balls on the end of wooden sticks to analyze. And it came back, there was no dog DNA, but there was pig DNA. That's all they've had. And I mentioned just a minute ago, and we've mentioned a few times, there's literally been no one on the stand to say John O'Keefe is dead. They haven't even done that yet. There's lots of anecdotal evidence that he was dead or dying, but nobody's been on there to say, yes, he's dead. I examined his body, and here's what I found. There hasn't been any of that yet. What are you doing, Straubs? What are you doing there, girl? Hey, everybody, it's Strawberry. Rue? I've got no treats for you. I've got no treats. I'm sorry. You got spoiled from the popcorn last night. What? What do you want? You just want a treat. Shut up. Quiet down there, dog. We're having a battle of wills. Who's going to watch the puppers while I'm in Vegas? I have a friend that, she'll come over in the morning for like an hour to feed and play with them and do things and then come for an hour in the evening. Sometimes she stays more. So yeah, it's a good friend. She's taken care of the dogs the last 3 years. Sad potato. Sad potato's got the ball. I don't know, chat. We've got how many do we have here? We got 744 people waiting for this thing to get back into gear. All right, chat. Put a 1 in the chat if I should give her a treat, a 2 in chat if I should just ignore her and yell at her for making whiny noises. 1 for treat, 2 for discipline. What should I do? Oh, hang on, people. I know that was a rhetorical. I know that it's going to be all 1s and a few 420s and 69s, but all right, hang on. Entertain yourselves while I'm gone. I'll leave the doggo cam on. I'll be right back. Hang on. Got to get a stupid treat for this dumb potato. I'll be right back. All right, you big lug. Here you go. Have your dried duck wing. All right. Strawberry's got her dried duck wing. All right. Hurry back, Judge. How long have we been doing this break here? Let's see. We've been on actual nobody in the courtroom break for about 14 minutes. And the jury's been gone for over 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Yeah, it's about 25 minutes. So hurry up, court. Oops, sorry. What about Yoda? He needs one too. Yoda is asleep on the sofa. There's just a checkout time where Yoda goes, "Yeah, I'm done," and checks out. Yeah, look at that thing. It's like, yeah. Please, sir, can I have some more? No. Doggo got her treat. She's okay. Island says, Legal Vices, I know Bev won't, but if ever there was a case for directed verdict, doesn't this feel like it? The standard for a directed verdict is very, very high. Essentially, if you assume that everything that has been entered is true, you still have to find there's no chance that a reasonable jury could find her guilty. It's close. It's close. I mean, I just don't. All right, it's close. I'll give you that. Whether it reaches the very high standard, I don't know. But as you said, we know it's not going to happen in this case. I've only seen it happen a very few times, like 3 times maybe that I can think of. It just doesn't happen. Caligula, if you say the full word treat, you have to, lol. Well, see, that's the good thing, is that she doesn't know the word treat in English. So I can say treat all I want, and it doesn't mean anything. If I say the word in Korean, then it means things. So yeah. Now, for those of you that don't know, I live in Korea, so my dogs speak Korean. Yes, it's definitely getting closer to a directed verdict than we've seen in a while. I will give you that. Yeah, nice try. Been there, done that. Not gonna happen. Not going to say the word. What are you doing? What are you doing there, little puppers? I got no more. Leave me alone. I'm doing a show here. We've got 639 likes and 760. What are you doing, Straubs? What are you doing, Strawberry? Oh, my Lord. What? What do you got to say for yourself? That is incorrect. That is been there, done that. Dehada. That's like to treat someone to dinner. That like I would like to treat you to lunch. Okay. Ted Phoenician. That is the correct one. Ted Phoenician. That is the one that does not get that. That is the word that must not be said. Been there, done that with them. This is the I would like to treat you to dinner. Dehada thing. So, yeah. Yeah. So how do you pronounce it correctly? No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Yes, that is a medical treatment. This one here, that's like a dog treatment. All right, so that's our Korean lesson for the day. While we wait for Court to come back. Google made it sound like Gay Cheerio. Gay Cheerio. Yeah, I can see how it would do that. Don't know why I did that. I meant to get rid of the doggo cam until she wanders back into frame. She's just waltzing about the house right now. So we need to bring Court TV back up. There we are. Right. Hey, Mamasaurus Rex, what's up? That's cat food. Why are you searching for cat food? That's what I used when I studied at Koryo. Oh, you studied at Koryo University. Oh, cool. All right, that's pretty cool. Well, welcome. Welcome, fellow Koreaner. How do you say that last lady was a lion-ass bitch? Strawberry needs to fire her human servant and find a new one. Well, see this, David, lay down. I guess that's means lay down on your back. To lay down on your stomach is 엎드려. So if you wanted to lay down, here, 엎드려, 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 엎드려. Oh, there you go. Oh, the camera wasn't on, so you didn't get to see her. Anyway, I guess we can bring her back here. Oh, but see now that's okay. You're tricking me. Daggy, 엎드려. Oh, good girl. That's a good girl. Too bad you don't get any treats. You already got one. Right. But if you say 누워, that means lay on your back, and that means nothing. When do we get 5 minutes of stream in Korean? You kind of got it right here. Why are we suddenly in Korean mode? Hurry up, Court, come back. Been there, done that. Says 거짓말하는 개냐나. That's kind of sort of close. That's not bad. That's not a bad translation for lying bitch. Equality says Jeff speaking Korean is the cutest thing. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the. My dog can't roll over, so they. Bulldogs aren't great at rolling over. They sort of get stuck halfway through, so they never learn to roll over. Let's talk about the case, shall we? Anybody have questions about the case? Tell me what you're thinking about the case, people here. Let's keep it on focus. How is that woman Jen married and to a cop? She's not married. Jennifer McCabe is not married to a cop. Her husband is an IT guy. Her sister is married to Brian Albert, the cop. So yeah, Jen McCabe's husband is an IT dude. An IT dude who, by the way, would know how to delete a browser search, even if she didn't. Did the defense not bring up the Ring video? No Ring videos yet. I know nothing. I know nothing of the existence of a Ring video. JJ Henry, where are you? How the F did the IA and Fed case not clear? The federal case is still underway. It's still being investigated. The federal investigation thing is still going, as far as I understand. I learned don't point out your dead loved one first, or you'll be accused of murder. That sort of seems to be the deal. And this is the whole thing. If I ran over a loved one and fled the scene and didn't want anybody to know it, the very last thing on earth I'm going to do is to do what Jennifer McCabe said Karen Reed did, and pick her up and direct her to drive right to the place where she murdered her boyfriend. I don't want to be convicted of murder, so drive to where I dropped off the murdered body. Why would you do that? That in and of itself doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, that's what Jennifer McCabe said. She knew where the body was and she made us drive right to it. I'm sorry, if I murdered somebody, the last place I'm going to tell you to go is where the body is. Yeah, Chris, retrace your steps to where you last saw him. Exactly. I mean, like, I hit him. I murdered him. I left him in the snow to die. Let's go right over here so we can find his body. Does I don't recall equal I plead the fifth? Absolutely not. Pleading the fifth is a very, very specific thing. You have to say those magic words. And the purpose for pleading the fifth is so that you don't have to say something that could criminally incriminate you. I don't recall is just a way of saying either A, you genuinely don't remember, or B, you do remember, but you really don't want to talk about it. Can we talk about how when there is snow, it isn't really that dark outside? Yeah, well, and especially if your headlights are reflecting off the snow, or if your headlights and the lights of the SUV in front of you are reflecting off the snow. Or if your headlights, the headlights of the SUV in front of you and all the outside lighting on the house is on, it reflects off the snow. Why does the Canadian me know what the Fifth Amendment is, Lamau? Because you may come to America and you may do something you don't want to talk about, which I would strongly recommend against. Now, even now, I'm starting to check with the court to see whether or not I have accidentally pushed pause. But nope, the video is still going. Mike NM, Jeff, is it me or did Jen come off horribly being so snarky? Oh, it's not you. It's everybody that watched this that I'm aware of. I can't wait to go back tomorrow and watch some of the other lawyers take on those last few minutes of cross-examination. That was pretty bad for Jennifer. Yeah, it's not you, it's everybody. Wait, why is my I seem to have been sinking down in my chair. I was getting far too comfortable there. I'm gonna let me zoom out here a bit. Move microphone. I'm far away. There we go. Hi. Legal Vice's huge updates in the Tonsil twins case. Oh, interesting. All right, well, I'll have to check those out. I don't know what the huge updates are, so I'll have to check them out tomorrow. Imagine what defense must have to let a lot slide. It's almost like they're setting up things with every witness to blow out of the water on there. Well, they've had a long time to prepare for this. And they're doing a very, very good job. Legal advice, but seriously, after all the chair drama, how did you end up with a wheeled chair? The availability of a nice four-legged non-wheeled chair, just there was none available that were comfortable and looked good. So now this is doing okay. Just got it from Costco. It's just a Costco chair. But those of you that remember in the interim when I was using my wonderful buffalo hide Chesterfield chair, yeah, that I found out how cheaply that thing was made. I just spent $200 refurbishing the legs on that thing because they sucked. They don't have an RC Willie in Korea yet. No, RC Willie. You know, that's a furniture store in northern Utah. Yeah, they don't have an RC Willie in Korea. They have IKEA and Costco, and then a bunch of other furniture stores. What can be done about Jen watching her daughter's testimony? She didn't say that she watched her daughter's testimony. She just said that people were heckling her on her way out. So she I didn't watch it. I was just, sitting out there in the snow. Oh yeah, they've got IKEA here in Korea. My desk here is IKEA. Got a lot of IKEA stuff. The side table here is from IKEA. I've got a lot of stuff from IKEA here in the house. All right, Judge is coming back. I'm sad we haven't seen Ceiling Dion yet. And for those of you who don't know, we've nicknamed the ceiling fan Ceiling Dion.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court's back.
Court's back in session.
All right, so jurors, I waited until the last witness left the stand and until you all had your morning break to give you one other instruction. And this one, all the instructions are important, but this one's important, so I want you to focus on it. Now, you heard from the last witness, and you may hear from other witnesses who described what Ms. McCabe called harassment and public demonstration. I believe she referred to a rolling rally. I permitted that testimony for a very limited purpose. That testimony was not offered, nor may you consider it as evidence that Ms. Reed has bad character or propensity to commit crime. In fact, there's no evidence before you that the defendant is responsible for that conduct that was described by Ms. McCabe. The evidence is relevant only insofar as it goes to the witnesses or to explain the witness's state of mind. So Ms. McCabe's state of mind. And that is to the extent it explains Ms. McCabe's conduct or statements or actions at any particular time. And ultimately, the testimony may be used by you only as it goes to the witness's credibility. Okay? Thank you very much.
Emily G says, did we see Ceiling Dion? I missed it. No, I was saying we haven't.
Ms. Carrie Roberts to the stand.
Okay.
Carrie Roberts. I'm sad we haven't seen Ceiling Dion yet. Here's Carrie Roberts. Let's see if she's gonna talk forever and ever and ever. She never shuts up. That's what Jennifer McCabe would have us believe. She just. Oh, see, this is gonna be interesting. Assuming she didn't watch the testimony, which she shouldn't, she doesn't know how shitty Jennifer McCabe treated her. Let's see if she shits on Jennifer McCabe during her testimony. That'll be interesting.
All right, Mr. Lally. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you please state your name and spell your last name.
Carrie Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My husband, my 2 children.
And while he's doing that, make sure you mark off Judge Mike sigh. She sighed when she sat down.
My son is 12. My daughter's 14.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm an executive assistant.
And mark off Darth Vader Mike breathing for her.
And your husband, Kurt, does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do?
He's a heavy equipment operator.
And how long has he been doing that?
maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those dates? Yes. And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday.
So the 28th.
Friday the 28th. Saturday the 29th.
Now, on the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And do you recall where that was?
Westgate Lanes in Brockton.
And about what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30ish because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home. I didn't want to be out late.
And when you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time.
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else from your house was
Who, if
home
anyone?
when you got?
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Camerano. How do you know?
He's been childhood friends with my husband.
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Miss McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school.
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John was a year older than me and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Canton?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point and Kristen was there and we kind of figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her son?
My son was 18 months. Patrick he's almost a year older.
And your son and Patrick Furbush, did they end up going to the same school in Canton?
Yes, they went to home daycare. They went to preschool, pre-K. And by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school all throughout?
Yes.
And what, if any, other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Patrick?
We're on the what, if any, track again.
Patrick wanted to try hockey. So they did hockey together and then he didn't like that. And they played baseball together since they were T-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you met her, she got sick. Is that right?
Correct.
Eventually she passed away. Is that right?
Correct.
After she passed away, her husband also passed away.
Correct.
And at some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street. Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in, and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe.
Oh yes, daily.
And what, if any, at some point did John and his niece and nephew moved from down the street from your house?
Yes, they
I
moved
almost
across
missed all
town.
of the what if any.
So I live on the Milton side. He moved
Now I
over sort
remember
of
I
near the
didn't.
Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadows, correct?
Yes, and it depends because Canton's terrible for traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You were familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
And so you would help out as far as picking up his son. What, if any, assistance?
What ain't no country I
have
ever
with
heard
regard
of?
to
They
his
speak
niece?
English and what?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr.
Say
O'Keefe?
what
his schedule,
again? I
with
dare
regard
you.
to
I
his-
double dare you, motherfucker. Say what one more goddamn time.
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jen McCabe, one of them, she sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with Kaylee and I sort of got Patrick. So
Yes,
John was
Riley, you
gonna-
have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
My apologies. And then through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when he lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people.
But
So
as
it
far as
depends.
Your conversations with what, if any, sort of role would you have, or what, if any, knowledge did you have in reference to the people that you did?
My husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say, like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her. And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July of what year?
What are we, 2020?
Sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot. So I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Was there any occasions where you had socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together. But the four of us never went out.
And just for clarity purposes, you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today.
Yep.
Identify her as to where she's seated or an article of clothing.
Say that again.
Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She is seated at that front table, and she has a black and white suit jacket.
Or just ask the record reflective application sent by the witness.
Yes.
Now, coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
And after you arrived home, what, if anything, specifically do you recall the two of you doing or anything before going off to bed?
I remember sitting on the couch and the front door is right there and it was open and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast. So you knew it was little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm. And I said, well, it's starting. So we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next morning, at some point you awoke. Do you recall what it was that awoke you that morning on the 29th?
Karen called me at 5 o'clock in the morning.
And is that sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you and specifically calling you that early?
No.
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know. I just answered
Yes, in a different way. As far as at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes.
And the call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call Ms. Reed had placed that morning or no?
It was the second call only from looking at my phone after because I said, oh, shoot, she called me. She just called and I didn't. She called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know from looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
And that phone number, you had her sort of programmed into your phone as a contact, is that correct?
Yes.
And on prior occasions, had you called that number or gotten a call from that number on prior occasions?
Yes.
And when you got that call or made that call, who was the other person on the end that you received?
Say that again?
Maybe a pretty simple question as far as it goes, but just with reference to any prior phone calls that you either got or received with that number that you programmed in as Karen Reed. When you spoke to someone by calling or receiving a call from that contact, who was on the other end of the call?
Karen Reed.
Thank you. So you answered the phone sometime right around 5 a.m. and you described to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was.
I answered the phone and she said, John's dead. Carrie. And then she hung up.
And as far as her end of the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those?
Very loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
By the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And then afterwards, he's awake.
Correct.
Now, what happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, what was that? I said, I don't know. Something's happening. And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said, I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it. So John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning on the 29th, you called Ms. Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up? How much time it elapsed between that call and the next one?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about. And upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, okay, where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee if she's there by herself. I'll go look for him or something of that nature. Because I said, you're going to get a DUI. If you were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything, you shouldn't be driving.
All right, so next question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how she was speaking or
She was very frantic, and her voice was elevated. She was very frantic.
and the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call, what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same. Throughout the rest of the day, it was the same.
So you indicate to her that she needs to go home, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she say in response to that?
She said, I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car? And I said, okay.
And after that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, where are you going? I said, I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried. So I'm going to go help her. And he said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. And I said, yes, I am. And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off, and I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how long period it was that you were waiting in the car?
I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather? And what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it, and I thought to myself, well, she thinks he might have got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents. So I called the Canton non-emergency line, and I said, have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home. And they said, no, there were no accidents. So then I called Good Samaritan Hospital in Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before we get to that, just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going out to your car and clearing it?
That was when I was in the house. Karen actually said, can you try and call him?
And you did, and you didn't get an answer?
Correct.
And do you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make a phone call initially to Canton Police, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who you spoke to at Canton Police?
I believe it was Officer Good.
Is that someone that you knew in any way prior to this date of January 29th?
We have mutual friends, but no, I'd never met him.
Now, you call the hospitals, and then at some point after you finish speaking to the hospitals, the defendant then calls you back, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you describe to the jury sort of what was the content of that conversation that third time?
She said, I said, where are you? I'm in the car. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen who? She said, Jen McCabe. She's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off. We'll just take my car and go look for him. And I drove to Jen's, and I pulled in the driveway behind them. I was still on speakerphone. Jen is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat, and we drove. I said, do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house? She said, I don't know. I didn't look. So I said, let's do that. Let's get in the cars. We're not taking two cars. It's a blizzard. We're going to go back to Meadows, and we're going to go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor, or who knows. So we went to the house.
I'm sorry, before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you're sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that the defendant said she was at Jen's house. You asked Jen who, and she said Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection. I'll allow it.
With regards to Ms. McCabe, did you know her, or how did you know her prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once when John took her and I to Reebok because he's got a 50% discount. So we would go periodically and get the kids' shoes. So she, John, and myself went to Reebok, got shoes, and then we went to the hillside for lunch. That was it. I wasn't friends with her.
Is that someone that you had programmed in your phone as a contact? Did you have her information prior to January 29th?
No.
And when you went to Ms. McCabe's house that morning, how was it that you knew where Ms. McCabe's house was at that time?
I've picked up Kaylee there a time or two for John and brought her home if I was heading that way, because Jen's house is on the way to John's.
And so you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was a blizzard at this point.
Bad weather.
Now,
and how does the video show none of
early
this?
Morning when you're making that drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet, and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, was that correct?
Yes.
So you get to Ms. McCabe's house, and during the drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, you're speaking to both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And with reference, I think you've said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything that's going on in the car?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car?
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car are you the first time that you see or your attention is drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And can you describe which part of the vehicle you were looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing this damage?
The right passenger.
And so from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations. Where is it that you go from there?
Say it again.
So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation with Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park?
I pulled in, I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
And when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jen McCabe, sorry.
Driving in Ms. Reed's in the front passenger seat.
Correct.
And you're driving your car behind.
Correct.
What kind of car did you have?
A Ford Explorer.
Do you recall what color it was?
Dark gray.
And as far as Ms. Reed, do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
A Lexus SUV.
Recall what color that was?
Black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Please, no more videos. Can't take it.
Ms. Roberts.
Oh, I got a bingo. I didn't.
Screen over here, do you
Bad weather gave
recognize,
me bingo.
What is up on the screen?
That's John's house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate portrayal of what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th when you went over that morning?
Much snowier, but yes. Oh, I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this particular photograph, or the driveway that you're talking about, facing Mr. O'Keefe's house at Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be? To the left or the right or something?
To the right.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit 91.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's car?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry. That's correct. Not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the path.
A tree.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are 2 garage doors, one on the left, on the right. Is that correct? You're familiar with this house? You've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there.
Correct.
And as far as what, if anything, were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regard towards security around his house?
Security, he has a Ring camera that was in the driveway and a Ring camera that was at the side door.
And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
Crisscross.
So what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage, what, if anything, is in behind it?
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as far as how Mr. O'Keefe kept his garage, kept his home, was there a particular way in which he kept it when he lived there? No.
Neat freak.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
And as you enter into this garage, what, if any, access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom, which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion, any rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to footwear?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
And is that something that applied to people who live there as well as people who were visiting?
Yes.
And how would you describe it as a relatively strict rule?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6, ring video.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have from driveway video number 154. So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car, and John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser point. It's not. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle with it all.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, with reference to any individuals that you observed in this video, again, using the laser pointer, you could draw the jury's attention to who you observed and where they were.
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed, and that's me.
And at some point, you enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall, do you have any idea of sort of how that mechanically worked, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
Yeah, there's a code on the side.
And at any point in time,
A lot.
whenever you noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were able to close that door?
No.
And so was that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, to get into the mud, and take off your shoes and whatnot?
Correct.
And when you came into the house that morning, you entered into the mud, what, if anything, did you do with your shoes, and what, if anything, did you observe Ms. McCabe and the defendant do with their shoes?
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the video.
Snow. Why are we seeing this for the 453rd time? We know it was
now,
snowing.
Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know who had access to that?
I do not.
You obviously, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay. Do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone
How do you know he had it on his phone?
because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or.
That's something you did in your presence?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, "My taillight, look at my taillight." And I looked at it and I said, "You told me you don't remember anything from last night." She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, "No, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him."
And so as far as your recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had or looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, it obviously wasn't when we got there. It was what must have been when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him. But now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
And who was present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
Well, that
And as
totally
far as where
contradicts
McCabe parked that vehicle at any
McCabe's
point in time that you were at the
testimony
house.
that as
did
soon
that
as they
vehicle
got
move
there,
at all
Karen
by
ran
that
up, brought him
vehicle?
around the back, showed them the broken taillight,
I don't think so.
and was
So where it's parked in that video
screaming
is essentially
hysterically.
where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it. There was one
in front of it?
piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out, and I thought someone's going to catch the sleeve on that or something.
And now from there, when you arrive at the house, you go into the house, you take off your shoes. What happened?
I started looking. Jen started looking. Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs. I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs and Karen was standing in John's room. The bed was made. She was just standing there. Jen had gone in to talk to Kaylee. And then I said, all right, let's go. He's not in the house. He's not in the house.
As far as your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, him not coming home when any of the children were home, was that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home? Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning, or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house? You know?
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No.
Now, at any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs did you go?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom, so I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom. I looked in the closet. I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other two bedrooms, and Kaylee was in her room. So Jen was in there, but I was looking through the house.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, when you looked in there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
You mentioned you looked in a variety of different rooms on the second floor. You said sort of two other rooms. What, if anything, were those other rooms used for, if you know?
I think one of them was a computer room. It was the room that faced the front of the house, and the back room had a bed in it that Mrs. O'Keefe would stay in when she would stay over.
And again, just to be clear, when you say Mrs. O'Keefe, you mean John's mother?
John's mother, sorry.
And as far as the computer room, who, if anyone, had access to that, if you know?
Had access to the computer room?
Yes. What was it used for?
Oh, there was a desk with a computer or laptop.
Did you know whose laptop that was, whether it was John's, whether it was the defendant's, whether it was the kids?
I don't know if it was the defendant's at the time, but John's laptop used to be in that room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask if I could publish just a couple more photos on the screen for Ms. Roberts.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could start with Exhibit 92. Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
And specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed damage that.
That's where the metal piece I was describing was.
As far as what's depicted in this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Mr. McCabe's driveway when you saw it that moment?
Well, caked in snow, but yes.
Perhaps in the snow, yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 92. Yeah, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Essentially a closer-up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
And what's depicted in this closer-up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Mr. McCabe's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that day?
Yes.
How could you know if it was caked with snow?
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask again if I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 30 seconds. Right from there. Still want to keep the pause there. Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. You recognize what's on the pause portion of the screen for this video.
That's John's house.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play again. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. And again, Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, you recognize what's sort of in front of the camera portion of the video.
That's Karen's car and John's car.
And where you observe Karen's car and John's car, again, if you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention where you observe each of those in this still frame here.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
Are those essentially the same positions that you were talking about that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Do you want this up on the screen or down?
Up for now.
Okay.
Oh, I think you should take a lunch break so I can go to sleep.
So I'm going to show you just two photographs. Ask you to just look at those from finish.
See, after that fire and brimstone back and forth from Jennifer McCabe's testimony, he's really brought the energy way down for this.
Or do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Do I recognize what?
What's depicted in each of those photos?
Me, 007 Gold. No, today is a full
Karen's
day.
car.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, while those are being marked, may we approach?
Hold on. Sidebar.
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right. Judge, you could send everybody to lunch. Now, today is a full day in court. I normally don't stream the full days. I do reviews, but there was no way I was going to miss the continuation of the cross-examination of Jennifer McCabe. So, yeah, that's why we streamed today. I needed to do that live. That was way good. And so at the lunch break, I'm going to take off, and then I'll upload a review of the afternoon, and then we will do Thursday live because Thursday is a half day, and then we'll do a very, very short stream, half hour, 45 minutes on Friday, and then I'm going on vacation. Won't be doing much of anything streaming wise during vacation. Got a few things locked and loaded and ready to go, but I'll be doing a few streams here and there as time allows. Equality says send us to Andrea. We'll see if Ms. Burkhart is accepting redirects. All right, let's see. Was that the judge? Yes, that was a judge calling for the sidebar. Let's see. Let's see who we can redirect to. Emily Baker has like 10,000 more people watching than are watching Law and Crime. That's funny. Emily D. Baker's got 33,000 people watching her now. Damn, it's pretty impressive. Let's see. Still looking through here, seeing where we can send people. Oh, I'm sorry, 11,000. Emily D. Baker has 11,000 more viewers than Law and Crime has. Oh, hey, we've picked up like 25 subscribers since we started. Thank you, 25 subscribers. We've got 700 people here right at the moment. Please hit that like button, and if you haven't already done so, I would be thrilled and tickled pink if you would subscribe to me. We are 375 away from 77,000. I want that 77,000 subscribers. We need 375 more.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish first what's been marked as Exhibit 101.
Okay.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. You indicated that's Ms. Reed's.
Larry's not streaming today. They're off to the Bahamas.
Yes.
This is appear to be a still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 102 now. And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen? That's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
That's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger tail light of Ms. Reed's vehicle that way. Thank you. So, you can take it. Now you go look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes.
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did it?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar Street, you're talking about, that's Bolidar.
Yes.
And so that
34
Mr. McCabe has been
Fairview.
giving you directions
That is
as you're
Brian
driving,
Albert's
correct?
home.
Correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what, if anything, did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from
Nervous
Mr.
prosecutor
O'Keefe's house
cough.
to
Mark
Mr.
that
McCabe's
off.
sister's
That's another
house,
bingo for me.
how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Mr. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come on to Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the...
What ain't no country I ever heard of? They speak English and what?
You go downhill.
You go down a hill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to the state if you've never been to Mr. McCabe's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and
Ball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
I will say that she does seem to just sort of be calling them as she sees them at this point.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry, if you could play it in there. Mr. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal, consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around, going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if you
In case you didn't know, it was snowing.
Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on, and I was getting nervous.
That was sorry. It just said there was an error. To try again. Hang on, peeps. We're redoing this here. Nope, not that one. That was odd.
Any other sort of women?
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, we didn't.
No,
know
it
what,
just
if
said
anything,
something went wrong. Refresh the window. Try
say you were
again.
introduced
So
into the conversation.
that's what I did.
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane. And I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, correct?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving away. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, you observe McCabe doing? And then what, if anything, you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides. And I think Jen was looking on both sides.
No, Jen
And
wasn't
Karen
doing shit.
She would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
That's very different from what Jen said.
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Oh, pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
And so as the time you're driving down the road, had you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, had you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No.
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Ms. McCabe is? That
The driver's side.
so she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle on the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, oh my God. And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
Well, I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just plan on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay. What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera angle?
Nothing.
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Ms. Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over?
Yes.
Could just press like for a wall. Now, From this video, do you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found this drugs?
With the pointer.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, again, just play for about this. Visuals on screen again.
Can't hear you, bro.
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall why that was?
Because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I? I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection. Sustained.
Let me take you back, sort of when you're pulling. So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out grab the snow.
And to recall, you recognized the person in the snow as Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And you recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on his back, on his side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. The right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The rest of his body, separate from his head area. What, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
Do you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Mr. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions. And then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had training in prior to this?
Yes.
And tell me a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
My gain just shot up. I didn't touch anything.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you directly
don't have AC on. It's
yes.
Cold here.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth to mouth and
I have no idea.
She was frantic again, running around. And
as she was running around,
audio on the doggo cam.
She was doing or saying while she was running?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights, street lights, or anything like that around that area where you found this building?
There was a fire hydrant and there was some weird like electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth to mouth and then running around, is the mouth to mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent or is it intermittent between? When is the running around in relation to the mouth to mouth?
I don't remember which was first, or I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing the chest compressions, at some point first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrive?
I don't know. Wasn't long, maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first, or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you go?
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing, and where was Ms. McCabe, and where was the defendant at that?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car, and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is?
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
So closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know, because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like, you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying at that point?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology, or the way she
Well, that's much different than
consistent throughout, is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time.
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him, and it was grass.
Now, as far as the grass that you observed, how is that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
So everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been open?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where, like, his, whatever that, the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you.
In the middle.
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Do you recall who that first responder was?
No.
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic?
No.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when you found him to the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands, and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state
again
of
with
shock,
the
maybe.
period thing. What?
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
If she said that, she literally must have been completely out of it.
What happened then?
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to sort of step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Ms. Reed go? Where did Ms.
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand. The next question.
So you call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents?
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Ms. McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Objection. Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no. And Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right,
Oh my
so
God, you don't need four-wheel drive for that little tiny little bit of snow.
Jurors will take the luncheon.
Yep.
Four-wheel drive. Please.
All right, jury out.
Come on, we need Ceiling Dion. Show us Ceiling Dion. We didn't get Ceiling Dion yet. I'm sad. Oh, Megan Fox raid incoming just in time to shut it down. I can't raid anybody that's streaming this trial. They've all got us turned off. So we're just gonna have to send you free, and you're gonna have to go wherever. Oh, here comes Ceiling Dion. Our final thing is Ceiling Dion. Mark Ceiling Dion off. We have the fan.
I'm your #1 fan.
Hey there, Karen Reed.
All right, people. I am just doing this right here now to the lunch break. It's the end of the day here. Again, just to let you know what's going to be happening. First, I'm going to be reading these super chats because they've been waiting literally an hour because there's just no breaks. K-Matt Red Queen said, could Karen not be tracking his phone? Well, apparently everybody was trying to call his phone to find out where it was. And now we just learned that it was kind of on his back under his shoulder kind of a thing, which is a weird place for it. Did the prosecution just prove Jen lied? See, I think this witness here, I think Carrie Roberts is a very credible witness so far. That's my feeling. I'm feeling like she's telling things exactly the way she remembers them. She's answering directly, honestly. She's not being combative, not being confrontational. I'm getting some good vibes. Yes, Megan, I am finishing. It's 2 a.m. and time to sleep. So yeah, I'm getting good vibes from her. As far as honesty and veracity goes. Huh. Let's just see what happens. What we will do is I'm going to read this last super chat here from Alex Kane, the £2. Testify, it's right outside your door. QT for TD. Testify, it's right outside the door. RATM. I understand what testify is right outside your door means. QT for TD and RATM, I'm not so sure about. Thank you, Alex. I've either got 2 a.m. can't think straight brain because I only got 3 hours of sleep last night, or I'm just clueless, or both. Could be both. Tomorrow, I will be uploading a review of the afternoon session of today. It's a song. All right. Got it. OT, TD, RAM, RT, and whatever, been there, done that. Oh, Rage Against the Machine. Oh, okay. RATM, Rage Against the Machine. We would be here until the end of time, and I wouldn't have connected RATM with Rage Against the Machine. All right. Okay, so again, as I said, tomorrow while I'm at work, I will be watching and reviewing the afternoon session today, and I'll record a review for that. And then tomorrow is also a half day in court, so we will watch the half day live. And then Friday, I'll be doing a short 45-minute stream, maybe, just to talk some vacation talk. And then I'm off for 2 weeks, heading off to Vegas from May 25th to 27th. Then I'll be in Utah from May 28th to June 8th. I'll do 2 meetups in Utah, one in Salt Lake City, probably either on the 4th or the 6th of June. Can't say for sure yet. Brigham City, northern Utah, and Brigham City at Peach City Restaurant, probably around June 1st or 2nd. And while I'm in Vegas, in Vegas, Flux, me, Hayden, Jess, and Ari Jacob are just going to kind of kick it for a few days, hang out and chill. But if anybody happens to be in Vegas, it's not a formal meetup. If anybody happens to be in Vegas and just happens to be in the area and has an hour or so we might have drinks somewhere, just shoot a DM and we'll see what's available. I guess that's kind of it. I don't know. How do you guys, just before I go, I'm curious what you guys think. I've seen a few of you people say that she seems to be the most honest witness so far, or the best witness. I kind of think she's both. But again, she hasn't really pegged anything on Karen Reed. She hasn't proven or even really insinuated anything meaningful as far as Karen Reed's guilt goes. So, I mean, what do you guys think real quick? Let me know. All right. Other than the Greek couple. Carrie seems the most honest, says Island, but not particularly harmful to Karen. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. She makes Jen look like a mean liar. Well, it's probably because Jen is a mean liar. It could have something to do with it. The Mustang Ranch. The Mustang Ranch isn't in Las Vegas. The Mustang Ranch is in Reno. So, right, other places. All right. Well, there we go. That seems to be the extent of our conversation today. So I just wanted to give a super special thanks to the mods for being here and for doing super moddy, wonderful, awesome things. And a super special thanks as well to you people here in chat. We've currently got 514 people. We got 748 likes. thank you so much, chat, for the support, the memberships, the monthly membership chats, the the super chats, all that sort of stuff, and just for keeping us all entertained here in chat. It's great to talk with you guys. Great to see you always here. I love doing these streams where I can make a few comments, have a little bit of laughs, have some fun, and just interact with you guys more. Join us tomorrow for day 17. All right, everybody, take care. Have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow. And then I'll see you Friday, and then I'll see you off and on for the next couple weeks. Take care, everybody. See you. Lorax, me saying good night. And also for Strawberry, good night, everybody. See ya, everybody. As soon as I can find the stupid button to click. Where is it? Where's my brand button? Oh, there it is. Bye. Goodbye.